Hello and welcome to Virtual Concert Hall's live programs. Thank you for joining us today. Our channel is dedicated to bringing live performances and events from international artists delivered directly to the audiences around the globe. I'm Ouspenskaya and I'm streaming to you from Vienna, Virginia, right outside Washington, D.C. area, and I'll be your host today. Today we are presenting the first day of the auditions for an opportunity for musicians to perform at the Weill Recital Hall of the Carnegie Hall. The concert on November 21st in New York City at the Carnegie Hall is a gala concert which is designed to showcase musicians of all walks, all ages, and all instruments. These Carnegie Hall auditions are organized by Sound Espressivo, progressive musicians, and virtual concert halls. Auditionees from many countries are seeking guidance today and support from the judges through the judges' live comments, which you will hear after each performance of Auditionee today. So who are the organizers? The Sound Espressivo Global Competition is an online, live-streamed competition. It combines a competition and a live performance experience for both artists and the audiences. Progressive Musicians is an organizer of many competitions and concerts and other events at prestigious venues like Carnegie Hall. Virtual Concert Halls is an internet television broadcaster, providing artists and other performers with a virtual stage and ability to reach audiences way beyond the walls of conventional concert halls. So, what is the Carnegie Hall auditions? These auditions are designed to encourage, to nurture, and to reward musicians who are proactive about sharing their art and developing their careers. Sound Espressivo and progressive musicians together are providing opportunities for musicians to discover their unique artistic voice, to take initiative, to present themselves in their own terms, and carve out their own career paths. There are many liberties and freedoms allowed to the musicians in those auditions, in choice of the repertoire, in the style of presentation, and in the purpose of their being on stage. So
Progressive Musicians and Sound Espressivo is hosting live auditions for our Laureate Gala recital at Carnegie Hall this fall. Don't miss your opportunity to receive a professional video recording of your live performance on this world-renowned stage.
So these were a few short clips from the previous Carnegie Hall performances organized by progressive musicians in New York in the past season. As you can see, there are many different styles and presentations and ensembles and solos, and this time there will be, on November 21st, an orchestra performing concertos with chosen contestants who will be soloing and performing concertos on stage. So let's take a quick look ahead at this weekend. we have scheduled 3 sessions of auditions through today, starting today, September 30th, and also on Sunday. As you can see, there are going to be 2 sessions, one in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, and the one in the evening. During those auditions, you will hear performances of all contestants who applied for this audition. You will also hear the comments, live comments from the judges, and you are not going to know the results during this broadcast, but you will know them soon after the auditions are concluded. And now I would like to invite on our virtual stage our distinguished judges for today's session. And I'll start with James Welch, who's joining us from, hi James, good to see you,
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It must be really early where you are. Are you in Fredonia or Buffalo at the moment?
I'm in Buffalo.
Okay, so James, I want to just give people a quick understanding of what you do, and you're an established performer. You play many concerts in different styles and many stages. You're a pianist, winner of international competitions. You're an educator with fast following of current and former students. You're also a conductor, and you stage operas, and you stage Broadway productions. You're an entrepreneur, and we're a wonderful partner on this endeavor, director of the Progressive Musicians. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here, and it's great to be partnered up with you. This has just been a fabulous experience all around already, and we haven't even heard the performers yet.
Yeah, we haven't even started the most interesting part of it. Exactly.
The best is yet to come.
Exactly. So while we're waiting for our other judges to join us on the broadcast, can you please maybe tell us a little bit about the previous concerts and events which Progressive Musicians organized on this fantastic stage of the Carnegie Hall Weill Recital Hall?
Sure. Well, a couple of years ago, we put together this idea that, standard competition is just, I don't know, not our thing, really, but that we wanted to do something online to save the cost for everybody. You travel all around the world and you play for 5 minutes and then you don't make it and you spent like thousands of dollars. And
that
we
can
wanted
be
to
really
eliminate that.
Disappointing.
Yeah,
yes.
That's happened to me. Yeah. $5,000 later and 2 minutes on stage. Thank you. Next. No. I mean, we wanted to eliminate that because I think the most disappointing part of that is all the money that you spent sometimes. But we put it online.
I agree with you. The preparation is never wasted on the musicians. When we prepare for big competitions and, polish the big program for presenting in the hopes that we go through the ranks of the rounds of the competition and we reach the finals of it, that is not wasted. That is our baggage for the future performances. Mm-hmm. But you're right, traveling across the world and, so many people are getting eliminated from the very first round. That can be devastating, and it also diminishes musicians' abilities to participate in the events because you save up the funds for that one event and then you can't go to the next one.
Yeah, and and most of those events too, you don't get to speak with the judges after, and you never know what they were thinking. Like what could you do to be better next time?
Exactly.
And that was our main thing. It's like we have to provide an opportunity for people to experience the audition and to get some sort of feedback. And then we thought, well, what if we gave them another opportunity to make improvements before selecting any winners?
Absolutely, that's
and online.
Wonderful idea, so that musicians can make an improvement and show the judges what they're capable of in a short period of time. James, we have Elizabeth Mann already in the studio here with us, and I'll be inviting flutist Elizabeth Mann from New York City to join us on stage, on the virtual stage. Welcome, Elizabeth. Such a great pleasure to see you again.
Hello, so nice to see both of you. I hope you can hear me okay. We were having some issues with setup, but do you hear me fine?
We can hear you fine, we
Beautifully.
can see you fine, and I'm so thrilled to have you back. Elizabeth Mann is a veteran of the Sound Espressivo project. She has been our distinguished judge for the first Sound Espressivo competition, for the second Sound Espressivo competition, supporting young musicians and really giving them warm and welcome and very constructive criticism for everyone. I hope everybody's glued to the screen right now to hear Elizabeth speak. Elizabeth, you're a wonderful solo chamber and orchestral musician. You're a principal flutist of one of my favorite groups in the world, the Grammy Award-winning Orpheus Chamber Orchestra. That's a quintessence for me of the really refined and delicate and really top of the world kind of performing. And you're also a member of the Pulitzer Award-winning other ensembles. You're an adjudicator. You're a guest principal flutist of the New York Philharmonic and Boston Symphony. You have so much in your experience, and you're also such a kind of warming and welcoming person, very accessible and approachable. I would like to encourage the audience to comment, and I would like to encourage the auditionees of these auditions to reach out and contact Elizabeth Mann. You're one of my favorite people to how you approach young musicians. Thank you for being with us.
Well, it's so great to be here. And, we all came together partially, I think, because of COVID. And now it's amazing how this whole world has developed. It's here to stay, and it's a way for us all to be connected. And I was late because I was teaching one of my students in Korea this morning at 8:00, which you have to do because it's 14 hours time difference. But I would have never had done that. And all of this, so there's very small silver linings of COVID, but I think it led me to you. So
it connected all of us.
Yeah. It's amazing how the world became more connected just by us all staying at home.
Yeah. Everybody who were looking for something good to come out of the bad situation, I think we were able to develop those extra connections and and create extra events and extra channels, additional channels for us to move forward the music and music making. Our third judge for today, Maestro Giacomo Franci, is not in the studio yet. We will move on to the first two auditionees of these auditions, and they both are flute players. So we'll be introducing the first auditionee of our event in the professional category, Elinor Dixon.
Wow. Kind of takes your breath away. That was fantastic. So do I get to speak to Elinor directly, or am I?
She's not live today, but you could speak to her performance. And
Okay, I'm look forward to doing that. Well, first of all, Elinor, congratulations, because that is a showpiece of all showpieces for the flute, and you have fantastic facility. You memorize the whole piece, which is really impressive. And when you are playing your melodies, you have a absolutely beautiful sound on the flute. So there's so many wonderful qualities you have in your playing. For you to go, for me, to the next level, to consider that just because you can play fast, it doesn't mean you have to always be in a hurry. So sometimes when you're playing fast, it just sounds like a lot of fast notes. And at the core of why we play music, there needs to be some kind of meaning and emotional attachment to all of the fast notes. So I would consider just taking notice of the melody while you're playing all the fast notes, taking a little more time. And even at the beginning, when you play the melody, sometimes you technically miss notes because you're just in a hurry with your embouchure. And so you're just not ready. You're not, and there's just not the detail of noticing the expansion of like the human breath. It's like the human experience. That's why we play music. So sometimes you're just in a hurry. And if you give yourself the time on the intervals and you give yourself that moment of feeling like I'm human. So if I'm going to be in the low register of the flute and I'm going to go high, if you got da yeah, it's like a singer doing that. Da yeah, just take your time on these intervals. Enjoy the music, enjoy the emotion of the piece. I think you will add another dimension to all of the performance because you have really great facility. I just feel sometimes you're all in a rush, even on the melodies. You can just really go listen to the melody from Mignon, from the opera. It's really quite beautiful. And they really just milk these melodies. So I would just consider taking a little more time through each passage and through each section, the beginning of new sections, to just enjoy your sound, enjoy your technique, instead of feeling like it's just all showmanship. In that showmanship, I want you to embrace even more artistry. But congratulations and tour de force. Bravo to you.
bravo. Yes, very impressive. It's a lot of notes. And I remember the first time I accompanied that piece, and it was that we were asked maybe the week before to play it, and I thought, well, yeah, sure, I can play this. And then we get up on the stage, and I just looked at my colleague who was playing it. I was like, how do you play all these notes? He's like, very carefully. And But it's a whirlwind and impressive, and these fantasy type pieces, you can do just about anything with them, and it's just so much fun to play. But bravo, very enjoyable. We have our next performer coming up, another flute, Elizabeth Most. So.
Oh, that was a fabulous performance. Thank you so much. And now to the judges.
From one Elizabeth flutist to another, brava. I'm so excited and thrilled to have heard that piece again. I love Landscape for Birds, and I actually had the opportunity to work with the composer on this piece, and I haven't heard it in 15 years. So thank you so much for playing this wonderful repertoire. We're so lucky to have this extended techniques music that is really emotional. His music is so beautiful, and I applaud you on your atmosphere of how you perform everything. Obviously, you're a very established player, and you have a command of the style of music. So I love your sound. I love the setting you're in, and I listened to all of your video, and I really enjoyed your poetry. So congratulations to you for picking this repertoire, because it's really special in our flute world to play this music that has beauty behind just extended techniques. And I feel you captured it wonderfully. If I were to say anything, when I worked on with the composer, for me, all the bird calls need to be more gestural. Like really like just little birds flying, coming, going, and different pacing, more excited birds. And so I would just consider if you would play with more affect in the gesture. And I think at times it could be even a little faster. So it can really take over the technique. But you are a beautiful flutist, and I love your hand position too. For those of us who are flutists, you have just beautiful hand position. So I applaud you. I congratulate you. I thank you for playing this extraordinary piece, and I wish you all the best in your future. Thank you so much.
Bravo. Yeah, that was wonderful. And it's so nice to hear modern works that use parts of the instrument that we don't normally get to hear. And it was just very compelling to listen to. So, bravo.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the two flute auditionees, and thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, James. We will conclude with the small section of flute applicants at this point, and we'll say goodbye to Elizabeth, and we'll see you back more in these auditions. Thank you so much for joining us in the middle of your very busy schedule. And
thank you.
It's my pleasure. It's so great to see you, and it's wonderful to hear the flutists. It was just joyful hearing both of them play today. So thank you so much.
It was great having you here.
See you again soon.
Thank you.
yes,
All right. Have
see
a great
you again
day.
soon. Thank you. Before we move on to the next part of today's auditions, I want us to get connected with our audience. We have a lot of comments, and we're going to show you. Welcome, Bernardo, and thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Teresa. I believe you're one of the auditionees, and we'll hear from you soon in this auditions. And thank you very much. And Teresa is joining us from Spain. And thank you very much, Noemi, from Austria. What a great pleasure to have such an international audience here. And thank you, Emmy. And please forgive me if I'm pronouncing your names a little bit clumsy. I'm trying to learn the international names. And this is from Benita and Amy Slater. I believe that's a duet, and we'll hear them perform later.
Benita's
right?
a saxophonist. We'll hear at some point. Later today.
Wonderful. Looking forward to that. And this is another message from Lisbeth Leal Martinez from Madrid. Wonderful to have you joining us and supporting the musicians. I'm going to try an attempt at this name, Yekuyong Kim. And please forgive me if that doesn't sound your native. And this is a person joining us from Korea. That's 14 hours difference. Thank you so much and welcome to our program. And Anna Turga, this is from Madrid. Thank you. Welcome, our audience members. Yanis Curtado didn't say where you're from, but later, if you get a chance to let us know where you're joining our program. Here's Alicia Dora Tierras del Mundo from Spain. What a pleasure to have so many people from Spain. Carmen Fernandez, I believe by the name that's a person from Spain, but you could be anywhere in the world. Maria de Lourdes Garcia is with us, and we have Yamel Farhat. Good luck to Teresa, Queen of Castanets. I'm so looking forward to that performance. That's unique. Emmanuel Alfonso, thank you for joining us. And thank you, Carmen, for joining. And thank you for watching on YouTube. This is in Spanish. James, if you can help us with the English translation, would be great.
My Spanish is not so anything. But I think it's just it pretty much says hello from Madrid and good luck to Teresa.
I think that there's another supporter of Teresa wishing best of luck. And in one more, that's a wonderful community.
Wow.
Spanish people, you're teaching the rest of the world how to wrap your arms around your favorite artist, and thank you for doing this.
Wow.
More messages.
Teresa has quite a following on our feed today.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So wonderful to see. I'm sure other artists also have the following. And to our audience, please watch our programs, but not only, please give us your feedback. Engage with musicians. A virtual stage has a lot of opportunities. It has also this possibility for artists to engage really directly with our audience. We can't really speak with people who are sitting in the concert hall. It's going to be perceived as impolite, but we can speak with our audience during a live broadcast program. And we have another message from Barbara Martin, also from Madrid. Barbara, thank you for writing to us. And another great wishes from Lucinda Richard, and another great supporter, I believe, of Teresa. Teresa, you have great following. Please thank your fans from us for being with us and for being so active, and continue to post your supporting messages to other artists as well. This would be wonderful. And one more message from Madrid. Thank you. Keep them coming. We'll take another pause in between the contestants and show your messages and show our appreciation. We appreciate so much this great vibe coming from our audience. And now we're ready to move on to our next section, which is concertos. Auditionees are performing these pieces in and seeking an opportunity to play with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra at the Carnegie Hall performance on November 21st. And today we have with us the Maestro, music director and conductor of New York Chamber Players Orchestra, Giacomo Franci. Giacomo, welcome on our virtual stage. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. And I'm sure all auditionees are getting a little nervous right now. I'm getting nervous because you are the person who will be rehearsing and performing with them on that distinguished stage on November 21st.
They have to be very good. They have to be very good.
They are. You'll have a hard time choosing. Giacomo Franci is not only conductor and music director of the NYCPO Orchestra in New York. He is a very well-known pianist. He's recorded albums of complete Stravinsky piano works and Copland piano works, for which were released on Phone Classics. He's an educator. He is a very active entrepreneur and supporter of musical arts, of contemporary composers, of variety of the programs, and he's a wonderful supporter of aspiring musicians who are climbing that ladder towards the opportunities to be presented to the audiences. And thank you so much. You're a veteran of our programs. You've been with us judging for several events, the competitions and auditions. It's a great pleasure to have you back.
Thank you.
And you're joining us from New York. And good morning.
Yes. Good morning. Yeah.
Welcome.
Welcome. So we're going to invite on stage saxophonist in the collegiate program of our concerto auditions, Doron Hazan.
If I may, really quick.
Yes, please.
I just point out that for the first tier of concerto auditions, we allowed all of the musicians to play a piece of their choice. So it might not necessarily be a concerto that you hear.
That's okay.
In this tier. But
Yes,
definitely
right.
the second tier.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question. So the name of the contestant will be displayed, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You will
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
you will
Okay.
see the names.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
And I just wanted to underscore that part of the newly found liberties in the auditions, we are opening the borders and allowing musicians to present themselves on their own terms. So the first round, they choose the repertoire which they want to present. And then in the second round, if they get called back, they will be presenting the actual concertos which they intend to perform at the Carnegie Hall. And now to Doron Hazan. Welcome on stage.
Yes, this is wonderful. I I think the sound was very clear. Everything was there. Great. Little criticism, but uh, it's part of the, the piece was very articulated, very maybe here and there to find a little more legato, but because I had to say something, but everything was great.
Bravo. Yes. It was really enjoyable to listen to, and I've never heard that on a saxophone. It was quite nice. I've always heard it with oboe, the original, or accompanied on oboe, but I mean there was just so many wonderful sonorities and life that you brought to it that made it just so enjoyable to listen to. And you're a true musician, and thank you for your performance. Okay.
Bravo.
Bravo.
What a tremendous performance. My goodness. To the judges now.
This is a complete different repertoire from before. I'm not familiar with that the piece. It sounds contemporary, dissonant. He played it very well. He's an excellent player, excellent saxophonist. I don't have more to say. Bravo.
Yeah, bravo. You really bring life to the style of the piece as well. I mean, there's a clear, distinct difference of style between both pieces, and the way that you play differentiates the style very, the contrasting styles. Great. So I guess what I'm trying to say is you're very versatile and you bring a lot of life to the piece. I could really hear those parrots chirping in there, and that was really a joy to hear it. Bravo.
I wanted to add, I was really impressed with the performance of the concerto with the orchestra. The coherence, the ensemble, and the balance, that was really, really fabulous. Someday I will want to ask you, how many rehearsals did you have? It sounded like quite a few. So this was fabulous. Thank you very much. And we'll be welcoming on stage our next auditionee. And we'll hear from a guitarist, a classical guitarist. Let's welcome on stage Rachel Ginebra. something happened with the transmission. As soon as we're ready, we will replay this performance by Rachel Ginebra. Waiting to hear from our production crew that this performance is ready to be shown. So just heard from the director of the program to go to the next one, and we will come back. Rachel, don't worry, your performance will be fully broadcast. Just give us a few minutes to work on it. We'll invite on stage the next auditionee, harpist in the collegiate division, Subin Lee. Welcome on stage.
Welcome.
Oh, that's exquisite. My goodness, I'm glad I'm not judging. How are you guys gonna choose? To the judges now.
Go ahead, Giacomo.
This is a wonderful rendition of the famous melody of Carnevale di Venezia. It's very highly performant, highly virtuosistic, incredible range of dynamics from very soft to quite enough sound in the forte. You have done everything great, more than great. The only suggestion is when you will solo with the orchestra, you have to be careful about the balance of sound, especially in the soft sounds. You know, the orchestra is formed with different elements, people coming from, and they have this part in front, and is the balance of the sound can be a bit risky when you go soft like that. So something that is so wonderful can come against you when you solo. But it's something that you will learn very fast because you are very talented and very musical. So
It was just wonderful. I've heard this piece so many times on so many different instruments and different orchestrations and everywhere, and it was literally like dreaming about the carnival listening to you play this, because there were just so many wonderful moments. The whole thing, really. I mean, it was just so well worked out and polished and musically detailed. I do agree with Giacomo just about being careful in the softer moments. I mean, there could have been the volume of the video too, but when I was studying in undergraduate, my teacher was always big on, how do I want to say this? He would say, we have to find the best way of projecting our softest pianissimos to the very back row of the concert hall. And it was never easy, but like that was his big thing, and he spoke very softly like this, working on our pianissimo, and it was not easy, but you're a wonderful musician, and I'm sure you'll figure that out as well. I agree with Giacomo, and bravo. Really enjoyed listening to you today.
Thank you, judges, and of course, the auditionees who will be selected for this performance with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra will have an opportunity to rehearse with the orchestra. So you'll get a chance to really adjust your balances with the ensemble. I wanted to also point out this stage presence. I really love the coherence of your musical expression and your expression on stage is almost dance-like movements. That's gorgeous to watch. And my teacher, when I was in undergrad, was always saying, don't forget, the audience is not only listening, but also watching. And so your gestures need to complement your expression and not go against, be in sync and in organic cohesion with musical expression. And that's what I found very elegant playing and very elegant presence. Thank you so much. We will be inviting again on stage Rachel Chinebra. And best of luck. I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm so glad we were able to bring this performance in full to our judges and to our audience's attention. All right, Maestro, to you.
Yeah, that was a quite nice performance. A bit brief. I would have preferred a longer piece to understand better. The articulation was quite fine. It was maybe a little problem here and there about the control of the sound, but overall was a very nice performance. Brava.
Yep, bravo. I mean, it is just so much musical sonority that you bring to the style and to your presence and playing, and it was just wonderful to listen to you play. And I'm looking forward to hearing you again in the second tier. Really wonderful. Okay, and Anna is away, so I will introduce the next person here. We have a pianist, Ben Batala. Bravo. Really wonderful. It's so nice to hear, just the Baroque style on the keyboard. I don't know. There's something about it that it's just soothing, and your performance was great. Ooh, looks like we have some comments here from the stream. Congratulations to all participants. Yes, everyone's great. Yeah, bravo. Yes. I cannot read that one, but it looks like something about compliments. And wonderful. So, but yes, my compliments to you on, a very well prepared, clean performance. And you have a great articulation and clear sound to your playing. If I were to suggest one thing technical, it would just be to try to voice those upper notes a little bit more when you have all those moving thirds in the right hand. I know one pianist to the next, not easy. But I could have just used a little more top on those sections for my taste. Interpretively, I mean, that's a tough game for this style. But I would have liked to maybe hear a little bit more dynamic contrast through phrase shaping as you went from high to low in the keyboard. And maybe and this is just my taste, not so much lilt at the end of every phrase until the very end. But, that's just a matter of preference, and try it out, see how you like it. Giacomo?
Yes, great performance, very, very clean. I don't think you missed a note.
No.
I'm very familiar with Scarlatti. When I was a student in teenage year, I played many Scarlatti sonatas. And then later, I don't know why, recording contracts went to modern music, now Beethoven anyway. So your performance, James expressed it more in a technical way. I'll express it more on the expression side, but I'm saying the same thing in other words. A lack of fire. So Scarlatti, even if is in the same period of Johann Sebastian Bach, but it's a different spirit. Scarlatti is coming from originally from Naples, the south of Italy, and there is much more fire in his music. Fire means, yes, like James was saying, contrast of dynamic, more enthusiasm also from you when you play, get more excited about it. I know it's not easy because when you get more excited, maybe you'll miss one note or two. But okay, so as you might know, Ben, this is not a very easy thing to do. Anyway, congratulations anyway. It's not easy to play like that anyway. Bravo.
Yes, I'll just add on to that. I mean, and anybody who thinks that we just get up on the stage and just do this and it's easy, I mean, the magic of it is that we can make it look like that. But in the reality of it, behind the scenes, there's many hours of preparation, studying, research, and maybe a few hours of angst too. It's a very tough business behind the scenes, but when you come up out front and make it look like you're having the time of your life and that it's the easiest thing ever, that's the magic of it, and everybody enjoys it. So bravo to everyone for doing that. Okay, we could go on and on about this, but we need to move on to the next performer. We have another saxophonist playing the Glazunov Concerto, Benita Slater. So welcome to the virtual stage, Benita. All right. Well, really nice. That's one of my favorite concerti, and you bring a lot of life to it. Um, it was it was really great to hear it again, and it was really neat to hear that you had an orchestrated track to play along with, and I don't think I've heard an orchestrated track in a long time. I've usually hear those computerized piano tracks, so that was so much nicer to have there. One of the things that try to explore when playing is just a broader range of dynamics between the registers and phrase shaping. I know that sometimes the track doesn't allow as much flexibility as you would like interpretively, but for my taste, there could have been a few sections that maybe flowed a little bit more, had a little give and take to it, particularly in the cadenza section. But I mean, it's still really nice to hear you, and I'm looking forward to hearing you again. Giacomo?
Yes, your performance was definitely solid, brava. I'm agreeing with James. The range of dynamics. I find the saxophone often is pretty much from mezzo forte to forte, fortissimo, and I always have trouble hearing more the softer sound. But with orchestra can be something that goes into your advantage. So in order to be like present as a soloist there constantly. There has been also here and there, not much. So because your performance was solid, but there's some lack of clarity here and there. The legato was very nice. You have a natural legato sound. When it was more articulated, there was a little bit, but I'm just picking a lot there. So congratulations.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining the auditions, and thank you, judges, for wonderful comments. I want to take a quick break and show more of the comments which were coming through to us while we were presenting the past few performers. Here is a comment from one auditionee to another. What a great show of collegiate support. And welcome, Anna. Thank you for watching us and supporting the musicians. Welcome, Luchandora. And thank you for being with us on the program. Thank you for your wonderful comments. The next one, I think, is in support of Teresa again, and that's coming. And more wonderful comments, and from our very, very warm and supportive audience. Thank you for being with us, and keep those comments coming. I wanted also to quickly recap what is happening today, what this program is about, and if we can show a little bit of visual information, and I'll quickly reintroduce it to those of our audience who maybe are joining us in the middle of the program. So let's show a few visuals to explain what the Carnegie auditions are. They're designed to showcase musicians in the upcoming concert, the Gala, Laureates Gala at the Carnegie Hall, Weill Recital Hall in New York on November 21st. The auditionees are competing for an opportunity to perform with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, as well as to play solo pieces, chamber music ensembles, and we have several large groups which applied as well for an opportunity to perform in those auditions. And the auditions are taking place virtually. These are all live performances. This is live broadcasts of everyone who applied. We're in the session 1. This is our first session. There are 2 more coming up in on Sunday, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. And the contestants who will be presented then will be from various ages, various instruments, like I said, large ensembles, and again, more people who applied to perform as soloists, concertos with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra. And today we have 2 distinguished judges, pianist, conductor, and producer James Welch from Buffalo, New York, and Maestro, music director and the conductor of the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, and pianist Giacomo Franci. We'll be moving on to our next auditionee, and I believe the next person will be also in a professional group, violinist Miriam Davis. Stage is all yours. Bravo, bravo. To the judges, I'm floored by this performance.
Yeah, I have to say that was wonderful. That is one of the only ballades that I know of for a solo instrument that just has a wide. It has like one of the widest ranges of emotions. I mean, a ballad. Music without words, essentially. But there's so much within the instrument that in the writing of this piece where it almost has this it almost sounds like you're playing with multiple instruments, but yet you're doing it all on one instrument. And if you accompanying yourself, you're shaping the phrases and emoting all of this angst, upset, happiness, joy, furiousness, everything in there. Really, I mean, I'm just elaborating on what a wonderful performance it is, because I don't really have any criticism for you on there. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Bravo.
That piece is very difficult to play. I'm not a violinist, but I was I'm not incredibly familiar with it. I've obviously already heard it several times. Your approach to the music, first of all, I agree completely with James. Wonderful performance. I have some comments. Okay. So your approach to the sound is more modern, like 20th century versus I can feel the composer more on the 20th century rather than the 19th century. The sound, it's a little bit more forward style, modern style, which can be interesting, and it has been very interesting. I'm just nitpicking now. Intonation solid, especially in the high register. The sostenuti, they were all perfect. Sometimes here and there, because with the violin, it's an old story. The high pitch sound sometimes is really difficult with the intonation, extremely difficult actually. And then another little criticism, but please, the performance was outstanding anyway. I mean, I'm not taking out anything of that. The fast sound on when the sound was lighter was sometimes not clear. I say that when, for me, clarity is a very simple concept. If I'm able to write it down, what I hear, that's clear for me. If I don't understand what's going on, usually then that's when I say that. And obviously, it was also easy not to understand all what's going on because the music is so complex and full. But brava anyway, very, very good.
Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful performance and for really constructive and helpful comments. As a pianist myself, I just wanted to point out I was very impressed with the polyphonic delivery of the piece. As pianists, we handle and deal with polyphony all the time, and it is challenging enough on the piano instrument, on the keyboard instrument, with just 4 strings available to you. It was absolutely incredible for me to be able to follow the development of each voice throughout the piece. It really just like Mr. Welch pointed out, to me it sounded like you had more than one instrument at your disposal, but obviously you didn't. You were able to really separate those voices and bring the drama and conflict and different lines of phrasing and development in them. I think that's a very, very strong point in your playing. Miriam. This is wonderful. Thank you. We'll be moving on to our next performer today, and this will we continue with the professional group of auditionees to for the opportunity to perform with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, and the next person will be Ruben Angel Russo Gutierrez. Am I saying the name right? Correct me, please.
I think we have Pinhusan Chen on violin next.
Thank you. Violin, Pinhusan Chen. Welcome on stage. Wonderful, wonderful. Now to the judges.
Well, bravo, and congratulations on a fine performance. Bach, there's something about just solo violin, Baroque solo violin that's soothing to listen to, and I enjoyed listening to it. Your rendition of this. One thing, particularly for my taste, I would have liked to hear a wider range of tones and dynamics throughout. I realize that, in Bach's time, they didn't put dynamic markings in the edition, and that just leaves a variety of interpretations, open to suggestion. And I would like to hear your suggestions of that a little bit more in places where the sound goes up to the high range and then leads down into that haunting diminished part there. And if you could find some ways to bring all of that out a little bit more, I think that you would have a beautiful performance of this piece. Not that it wasn't beautiful, but extra special. On an interpretive side, something I do at the piano that you might try is a speed through practice. Just on your own time, see what you can accomplish going maybe not twice as fast, but a lot fast. Put the metronome on and just speed through, and just once you slow it back down, try to think about how the notes would connect to each other at that slower tempo after experiencing them connecting quicker. I know that sounds wild, but you might make some new discoveries as to where to take the line and where to do all of your crescendi, diminuendi, and find some new heights and leaps and valleys. Just a suggestion for you, but bravo, and I look forward to hearing you again.
Yeah, brava. The intonation was very close to perfection. I think you didn't miss any note. On the other end, I'm paraphrasing what James was saying before. The performance was a bit cold, and Bach needs this extra, maybe sometimes extra creativity in the line of the melody. Find something that is already there, but it's kind of hidden. So you had to discover it with different range of sounds, like James was saying, different dynamics. I wished also that you could have played maybe another movement of the sonata more fast beat in order to see more your articulation in a faster movement, which I'm sure you are great in that. But I was curious to hear. I would have been curious to hear that. But anyway, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for performing Bach. It's my favorite challenge to perform Bach on stage. It's difficult, and it also opens up additional ability to communicate the most profound emotions. And it takes a lot of exploration to discover it. It's just like both our judges said, it's in there, and it's there to be discovered. And it's an endless process. So your performance was beautiful, but there's never end to that journey with Bach. Thank you so much again. We'll be moving on to the next performer of the professional group for an opportunity to perform concertos on November 21st with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, pianist Ruben Angel Russo Gutierrez. my goodness, that piece is everything: lyrical, dramatic, and athletic. Now to the judges, please.
Well, bravo. That's there's a lot in that piece, and quite frankly, it scared the living daylights out of me over the years. But I'm sure I'll play it someday. I've had so many friends and colleagues agonize over just getting every note in the right place, and you did that quite well, and bravo. For my taste, I would try to bring out some of the middle range voices a little bit more in this. It could have been the instrument that you're on. It's a small instrument and you're getting such a big sound, but I feel like at times the low end of the instrument, you're covering up the middle range notes, like when in those spots where it's like bum, we don't get all of the sound in those spots, but I feel like you could also use that phrasing. I call it the rule of threes. Sometimes in French music it's the rule of fours, where each one is just a little bit more or a little bit less, and I feel like we got a lot of that from you in the coda, but not so much in the beginning and middle. So if there's just a way that you could work to bring those out from the beginning and still show the range and the progression of this glorious piece, fantasy, in my opinion, that would just be wonderful. But kudos to you on a fine performance. Giacomo?
I'm very familiar with the piece that you played. As a matter of fact, I assisted at the time, Maestro Aldo Ciccolini, that he was performing in the Ferrara Theater, and he was warming up, and I assisted his warming up on this piece. I just sight read it once in a while. It was a great story with Aldo Ciccolini, because while he was playing, he was describing to me what he was thinking about. He was imagining a story in this La Valse, and at the point he was saying that when he was playing some notes on the high range very fast, he was saying, now a naked woman is entering in the party. So it was very entertaining also to see while he was playing. The piece is obviously very difficult. I think for me to master it, it would take 3 years of practicing. Okay, let's start with a positive comment. Your performance is solid. You play the notes, and also you play the notes with fire. So that's beautiful. Now, the other side of it is the fire can burn you out, because then a lot of pedal and the low range of the piano is like a boiling pot. You cannot hear anything there, like a brrr, like this. It's true that it's full of glissandi, and the glissandi, it brings the atmosphere, but both on Ravel and Rachmaninoff say, okay, you can put as much pedal as you want, there's no problem. And not with me. I like clarity. I like to hear every note, and so that's my only criticism. But I understand you are very, very bravissimo, we say in Italian, because it's a very difficult piece. And congratulations to you. And also, I loved the fact that you had public there. So at the end, it was like this, explosion of energy. It was great to hear a great applause after you are playing, which was well deserved.
Never easy to play live.
Yeah, that delivering this piece live with that much coherence and intensity, that's really something. I was really impressed with the seeming physical ease. That piece can be very taxing for a pianist. You seem to have all the facility for it, and incredible. The bringing out the details in a thick textured piece like this is an incredible task, and I really appreciate the judges sharing with you that constructive suggestion, because you totally are capable of taking the piece to the next level where everything is present: the grandeur, the passion, the fire, and the eloquent detail. Thank you so much for this phenomenal performance, and we'll be moving on to the last auditionee of that section. This is a section of our presentation today of people who applied to perform with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra during the Carnegie Weill Recital Hall Gala concert on November 21st. We will have more of auditionees for concertos on Sunday, so we split the very large group of applicants into two groups so that the judges are able to keep their fresh attention and give you their fullest. So welcome on stage, again, professional on castanets, Teresa Laiz. Welcome, stage is yours. Wow! What a performance. I'm so happy to see this. This is like art in its soul. Synchronized music, passion, phrasing, dance, beauty. To the judges now.
Yeah, bravo. One of the things that I just love about performing is that we can take existing repertoire, no matter how old it is or where it comes from, and put our own unique artistic spin on it. And it's just such a wonderful thing when you do that and it comes off so well as you performed it. So bravo. And I feel like, even though now we're pretty much out of the pandemic, thank God, there has been so many unique and creative things that came out of it just because we had no choice but to do something different. And it's really taken the industry itself to a whole new level that I think is not anywhere close to finished with its progression. We're going to be seeing a lot of these neat things on stages all over the world, and so I can't wait. But this was just great. I'll tell you just a quick funny anecdote. On the back end of this broadcast, we have a chat feed going on, and we were just talking about the piano duet version, which is the original for these pieces, particularly in the fifth movement, where there's just this horrible page turn that always messes everybody up, and we're just laughing about it. And you got to that moment, and we were like, great page turn. So, yeah, but yeah, wonderful, wonderful performance. Looking forward to hearing you again. Giacomo?
Well, you imported Hungary into Spain.
Yes, so much.
So all of a sudden, Brahms is a composer from Andalusia in Spain. No, I'm not. I'm just no. I really appreciate it. I always like performance that brings in a creative element like you did, and you also, I enjoyed the theatrical aspect of your performance. So not just a very, very accurate performance, music performance, but also your presence. And I'm sure that the public will love that. We love to see that. The public needs more and more, especially in classical music, a visual element that they need it because we are in a visual world. So, I'm sure you have a lot of fans admiring you, also for this element that I was talking about. Bravissima.
Yes, I'm so much with the comments of Maestro Giacomo. The visual element makes you an accessible artist, you're an exquisite musician, and your command of the instrument is just stunning. At the same time, you make that presentation so much like a real life, and I really thoroughly enjoyed that performance. We're going to show some comments which we are receiving. There's a lot of people joined us for this broadcast, and we are very grateful to our audience. Let's run through some comments. And thank you, our fans, for being with us. Yes, public needs something new like this. Absolutely. Wonderful comments, and thank you for bringing your passion for the music and performing arts, and joining in this great vibe with the artists who are auditioning today, with the judges who are commenting, and with our team, which is working hard on producing these events. This is the whole purpose, the larger purpose of all of these events, aside from, of course, presenting your auditions and winning those auditions and performing in the Carnegie Hall. But the larger purpose is to bring music to each other, to share it more and more, so that we can join our hands in this endeavor of love, beauty, and joy, and this wonderful communication. The comments keep coming, and I'm so happy to see so many people feeling confident and comfortable sharing with us their feelings, their thoughts, and of course supporting the artists. We had in this section for concertos, we had some absolutely incredible musicians applying, and I'm not envying the judges. I'm so happy I don't have to judge because the the concert is limited in time, and of course there will be some disappointment for some musicians and for some of their support fans if they will not be chosen to perform on November 21st. Yet, so far, I feel like everyone deserves a time on stage, because the audience in the concert hall and the audience around the world deserves to be part of your journey. People deserve to feel your passion, your dedication, and your ability to communicate the most intimate and inner feelings. We have the music has no words for the reason, because it speaks beyond regular words. We're still running through many comments, and welcome to our broadcast, our wonderful audience, and thank you, artists, for bringing your support groups with you to this program. We're so happy to get connected with you all, and we hope very much that you will stay with us. Please subscribe to our channel. This is the style of our presentation. This is how we broadcast performing and concerts and other events. This is our style. If you like us, please subscribe to our channel. Please get a notification of our next events and join us for more. And the nearest one is going to be this coming Sunday. We'll continue those auditions on Sunday in the morning and in the evening. This is not done yet. We're finished with this part of the audition with auditionees who were applying to perform with the New York Chamber Orchestra, Chamber Players Orchestra, and we'll be moving on to the pianists who applied to perform solo in the same concert. I'm just reminding everyone, and if we have some visuals to show, that would be really helpful to all the people who are watching and maybe joined us a little bit later than at the beginning. The Laureate Gala will be presented in New York at the Weill Recital Hall of the Carnegie Hall. And we have today the Maestro music director and conductor of the New York Chamber Players Orchestra, Maestro Giacomo Franci. His orchestra will be on stage accompanying concertos. There will be also solo performances, chamber music performances, and we have several large ensembles from different parts of the country which applied to be part of this gala. Why gala? This concert was designed to present and showcase many different aspects of music making and communicating. There's so many different styles, and in the modern world, we want to pretty much have a buffet of what music can offer from different ages, different instruments, different styles, different ensembles, different compositions. We hope that you will be able to attend the actual concert in New York on November 21st. And with this, I want to thank Maestro Giacomo Franci for being with us for this section and for watching and commenting on auditionees who are hoping to meet with you in short 2 months in New York at the rehearsal and give you a hard time. Give you a hard time over their temper changes. And then have a chance to work with you and perform on the stage of the Weill Recital Hall of the Carnegie Hall. We will be, thank you very much for joining us, for your expertise, for your warmth, and welcoming, for your comments. I'm sure many musicians found them very helpful, and they'll keep them in mind for their next round of the auditions. So with this, we're going to part with Maestro Giacomo.
Thank you, Maestro. We'll see you back here again tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, on Sunday. Sunday.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
Yes,
that's right,
on Sunday, Maestro Giacomo Franci will be back.
So Sunday at 8 a.m. in the morning, right?
That's right. That's right. We're proving to the rest of the world that musicians can get up in the morning.
Yeah, with lots of coffee.
So Anna, you know that I'm in New York City, so it's 8 a.m. in New York.
Yes, 8 a.m. in New York. No, I'm not asking you to get up at 3 in the morning.
Okay, no, it's good to know, right?
Yeah. Well,
That's right.
If that were the case, you'd probably still be up.
That's true. And this being such a global reach, yes, we are dealing with every time zone there is on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Looking forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the next section, which is presenting piano applicants who applied to perform solo pieces, I want to recap a little bit about upcoming auditions. The Carnegie Weill Recital Hall Gala Auditions is a major production for our collaboration with progressive musicians, but it's not the only audition we're putting together this season. The one coming after that is designed for specifically for soloists, instrumentalists, and singers who are interested in performing with a chamber orchestra. The concerts are scheduled for February. There are 2 concerts on the website. You can see the dates, and you can click on the links and see the more information about the Western New York Chamber Orchestra and the two venues in Buffalo and Fredonia of upstate New York. That's really close to Niagara Falls. If you have
Very
not
close.
been, if you have not been to that part of the U.S., I recommend applying so that you can combine a wonderful experience of performing with the orchestra with not any less wonderful experience of seeing the amazing Niagara Falls.
On both sides, in U.S. and Canada.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
You can cross to the Canadian side and
Or
see it from
20
there.
minutes from Canada.
Incredible. So these auditions are for all instruments, and we can run through those visuals for the various instruments. So we're welcoming pianists who can apply with a movement of a concerto or a full concerto. We're also welcoming all string bowed instrument players and guitar, also string players, guitarists can apply again with a one movement or with a full concerto. We're also seeking vocalists. Please consider applying to perform arias or cantata numbers, duets. There's a lot of various repertoire for singers to present. These concerts will be live streamed and broadcast through virtual concert hall systems, and musicians who apply will be able to receive a video of their rehearsal and a video of their performances for the future, so that they can watch and grow and also use for their publicity in the future. The call orchestra auditions are put together by a collaboration of several organizations, virtual concert halls, Sound Espressivo, also Core Productions, progressive musicians, and Brilliant Talent Discovery Awards. This is an international collaboration of presenters, entrepreneurs, and producers putting together this project to provide musicians with an opportunity to experience rehearsing and performing with the orchestra, and to also have this production under their belt, so that they can in the future use it for advancement of their career. So and now we're back to the piano auditions. I hope our crew is ready with the next group of performers, and we'll go in age groups from the youngest to the oldest. And today we have, I believe, about 10 musicians presenting their audition pieces. We'll start with age group 5 to 7, Vincent Young. Stage is all yours. Oh, fabulous! Now, what a collection of pieces to our judge, James Welch.
Yeah, bravo. And yeah, I mean, what a collection. 4 pieces in just over 5 minutes. I mean, that's a magic trick in itself. Um, really, really very well prepared. I enjoy listening to you. You've worked very hard to memorize all those pieces and get up there and play them for a video. And I don't think I ever had to do that when I was your age, and not sure how it would have went if I did that back when I was your age. So kudos to you for that. It is not easy to do that. Okay, so the only thing that I would work to improve upon is just making each piece sound like it has its own character to it. So you play quickly well, you play slow well, but there just needs to have a little bit more definition to the texture of each piece, which I think that you're ready to do now. You have all the notes down. Debussy can have just more of a cloudy feel to it. The Grieg has to have a little bit more life to it, and Bach, I think, a little bit more fire and excitement to it. Even though it's little prelude, it can be little and fiery. But really, I mean, I'm just nitpicking at this point because you did a very fine job. I look forward to hearing you again in the second tier.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that performance. And from me, I'm not a judge, so you can disregard all of my comments right there. But I really loved that conversation between the two voices and the Bach. It's not easy to do, especially for someone who's just starting to learn piano. And I could hear the answer in the lower register. That was really very distinct, very clear. Thank you very much. We'll be moving on to the next auditionee. And that's the age group 8 to 10. Pianist Sophia Zhang. Welcome on stage.
bravo. Really well done. And, this is another piece that I don't know if I would have been able to handle that when I was your age. So kudos to you for learning that and memorizing it and getting up in front of the camera. And also, I think that was the perfect outfit for that piece too. Love the dress. We're all loving the dress back here in the back end of the chat here. So great. Okay, so a few things that I would just go back and work at a little bit more before the next performance. I would recommend that you take out your metronome and put it on a slow tempo and work at seeing that your fingers are getting all the way to the bottom of the keys in time, but at a slower tempo for a little while. So you're very well prepared, but I feel sometimes your fingers don't get to the bottom of the keys and then rhythms get clipped and you start rushing a little bit. And I think that that's the saving grace there. If you just feel the bottom just a little bit more here, rather than this happens sometimes, then you're going to have so much more control over your sound, and you'll be surprised. It'll be easier, but go slower first and then work it up with the metronome a little bit. The other thing that I would work at is just a little bit more on the dynamic range. So we have different textures and sounds. We have the light sound beep 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 beep, and with your fingers at the bottom of the keys, that'll come out easier too. But there could just be more phrase shaping and dynamic contrast all throughout, and then I think we're going to have an amazing performance there. But you're already on your way to that, and I look forward to hearing you again in the second tier. Thank you. Okay, so next up we have pianist. Oh, these are all pianists. Yeah, Richard Long playing Gershwin. So, Richard, welcome to the virtual stage.
Yeah, it was really something, and such a feel for the swing to our judge.
Bravo. You know, I have to say, I've seen this studio that you're in a few of our previous competitions, and I'm jealous of it because it just looks like, you know, you got two full concert grands in there, and it's just very well laid out and very beautiful looking. And how fortunate that you have such a great place to play in and record in. And yeah, that's you know, when I grow up, I want to have a studio like that. And I'm already 42.
Well, I'm assuming that's his. I'm assuming that's his teacher's studio.
Yeah.
So it looks like it.
Yeah. I mean, how fortunate, you know, to probably have your lessons in there and performances and all that. That's
yeah, even a little bit of a
really wonderful.
stage, giving a sense of the being risen and presenting from the stage. This is wonderful.
Indeed. Very, very well prepared performance. I enjoyed that piece. I dabbled with it once. Oh gosh, like 100 years ago. I don't know, but and it's one of my favorite pieces that Gershwin wrote for piano, and it's not played very often. So thank you for playing it. There's oddly a lot in this piece. Much of what you bring out well. The biggest thing that I would look for is just a change of character and texture between each section. You got that opening that you played beautifully, but then make sure that you're over the keys and, you know, on those big jumps, so that you can just give a lot of dynamic color contrast between those. The biggest thing that I was hoping to hear is right in that B section where the whole band comes back in, we could just get a lot more fullness from you. I mean, you really have all the finger work and the notes worked out very well, and it's just time to, I guess, say, bring the band in on this piece. Now, here I will give you one reference point that you can go check, because I don't think a lot of people realize that Gershwin reused this piece in his musical Crazy for You. It's in the opening of Act 2, and he only uses a portion of it. But if you look up the original London soundtrack for Crazy for You, and I believe it's called The Real American Folk Song, but it's the beginning of Act 2. It starts out with the piano solo, and then the orchestra comes in and joins it, and then, of course, then they go start singing other songs. But I think it'll give you a new perspective as to what the coloring might sound like for a piece like this. And, you know, do that, see what you come up with. And I look forward to hearing you play in the second tier. Keep up the great work.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you to your wonderful teacher for preparing this marvelous piece. It's classical music with a twist, not easy to approach, takes a lot of finesse, and it was all there for me. I enjoyed it thoroughly. We'll be moving on to the next pianist in this group, and that's the age group of 15 to 18. Welcome on stage, DJ Shin. Bravo, bravo. To our judge.
Bravo. It's a fun piece to play, and you've really prepared it well. A fine presentation on there. A few things that I would work toward, and for my taste with this style a little bit, I don't think you have to be so clean with the pedal. Of course, you should do what your teacher tells you to first, but for my taste, muddying it up just a little bit can work well with the style. Now, when you're in the low register, maybe not so much, but we kind of lose the lower sonorities when you have like a low note boom or something, and we just kind of need that foundation under there a little bit more. I would that's something I would just maybe try to explore and see what you come up with. Now, dynamic contrast is that seems to be my big thing. Dynamic contrast between registers and phrase shaping. I feel like there wasn't a whole lot of dynamic contrast except for like when there were more notes, it got louder. But I think that you can really lay into some of those bigger parts more and just have this whole story unfold and be vibrant and fun. You've done all of the hard work now, so now just have some fun with it. To get bigger sounds on the chords, I would try to work from your elbows a little bit more and go into it a little bit more. So I think, right now you're getting down into the keys well, but if you had this room, and I can't really show you over the camera, but that's just going to give you a lot more bang for your buck. It's going to be easier. You're going to have a bigger, rounder sound in it. You're not going to kill your arms in the process. But really, just a wonderful preparation, and you do make the piece sound easy, and this is not an easy piece. I had friends in college that were really agonizing over this, and ended up delaying this piece. So, I mean, kudos to you for learning such a difficult piece at this stage of your development. I look forward to hearing you in the second tier.
Thank you so much. Thank you, DJ, and thank you, James, for providing the comments. I'm sure they'll be very helpful for moving forward to this developing of this piece for DJ. We'll be moving on to our next performer today. Welcome on stage. Again, we're in the piano division, ages 15 to 18, and we're welcoming on stage Michelle Hsu. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Fabulous. That's quite a presentation. Wonderful to the judge.
It is a beast and a half in itself. And what are there, 8 others? You write 9 sonatas there. But, all very distinct characters. And all to... many of which are in sharped keys. I think he just liked sharps. But really great job. I mean, putting a piece like this together and memorizing it. It's the Scriabin is another composer that can be very, very tough on the memory, and I feel like there were no memory issues there at all, and that is a tremendous feat in itself. So kudos to you for that. My only suggestions are artistic. You played well, but for my taste, it felt like the whole sonata was just one dynamic range with like maybe a few variations or a few liberties there, but to go from that mid-range sound that you had, huge and then soft and huge and soft, and there is a lot of that comes within this piece where it goes low to high, or soft to loud, or both at the same time, and I would like to hear a lot more of that. At the beginning, this is just where a piece like this is just so tough. You have that opening chord, and then the melody is only a fourth higher than the top of that chord. And it needs, you need to work to make those sound like separate voices. Right now, it just sounds like you're layering a little bit, and I know that's not what you were intending to do, but I think with the marking on my score, it says piano dolcissimo. I think you need to just play into the right hand a little bit more. I wouldn't go any less than the left hand at the beginning, because that was gorgeous, but all those notes above need to just soar with more tone, and with your fingers go into the bottom of the keys a little bit more. And then I think you're going to have a completely different piece there. And just all throughout there, just keep that in mind. Where's your melody? Where's your accompanying middle voice? How can you maybe help bring that through with all of Scriabin's suggestions on the page there? I believe that was everything. Man, a lot of people don't know a lot of Scriabin's pieces have 3 lines to the grand staff. So, I mean, you're playing, you look at it and you're like, I don't have 3 hands. Well, somehow we're going to have to figure that out. Debussy did that too, but I mean, Scriabin's are much more involved. There's like, 4 or 5 different lines going on within 3 staffs, and it's like, what do you do? And that did not throw you one bit. You had all the notes there. So now it's just, what do you bring out, and how, and when, and in which way? You really have a lot to explore there, and I look forward to hearing you in the second tier. One thing I will just make a quick comment about the recording itself. I don't want to get too technical on that there, but if you were using any kind of compressor in your post-production, I would do away with it, because that very well could have contributed to the lesser dynamic range. I wasn't sure, and that's just the difference between recordings and internet. Sometimes we're not sure, but I just wanted to put that out there in case that was what you were doing. We don't need it. So, but again, bravo. Look forward to hearing you again. Anna.
Yes, thank you. That was a phenomenal presentation of really hard Scriabin sonata, and thank you, James, for suggestions. I wanted to mention just one spot in the first part of the sonata where the right hand starts playing chords in the triplets, and the left hand is doing the accompaniment, and through the jumps bringing out the melody. I thought that came out really clear and beautiful. Sounded like two pianists playing at the same time. If you can learn from yourself, from a spot where it really worked out, and just apply it to some of the other sections where things get a bit jammed together, I think that'll help. Just to watch that part of your playing. I was waiting for that spot because it gave me grief when I was working on that sonata, and you really brought it out like nothing. I'm sure you spent hours and hours on making that happen, but it really sounded three-dimensional, and that's something I believe other sections of the piece can benefit from. Thank you so much for bringing this rarely performed in the students' quote-unquote world piece, and and conquering that tremendous score. We'll be moving on to the next performer, Ralph Joshua Mendoza. Again, age group 15 to 18. Welcome on stage.
My name is Ralph Joshua Mendoza, 18 years old, from the Philippines.
Bravo. And love that suit, by the way. That's a great color. Wonderful. So, you've prepared this well. You've memorized it well. But there's a couple of things that I would like to share with you. Some ideas that could help you get more note accuracy. And I'm sure you've done this, but you might want to go back and take out your metronome and put it on very slow and make sure that you're getting every single note and finger down to the bottom of the keys. So we're missing a few notes, especially on like some of those scales and arpeggios going up, and I can see that your fingers are going over the notes, but when you don't get down to the bottom of the keys, then they just gloss over and we miss them. So really slow, note for note, maybe even on some of those passages for a little bit, but just ring, ring, ding, and make sure that your arm is loose and that your wrist is helping you get to the bottom of those keys. And I think that you're going to see a much bigger sound without having to work as hard eventually. But for now, slow with metronome, bottom of the keys, every note, and then slowly increase the speed and work it up again. And then I think you'll be surprised at the clarity that you'll get, because you already know this piece really well, but sometimes maintaining it and bringing it to the next level is always the most difficult thing that we have to do. Learning and memorizing, sometimes that's difficult, but usually that's some of the easier side of it. So but work with that, and I look forward to hearing you again in the second tier. Keep up the good work. Okay, our next performer, Kiang Hen, is performing, and welcome to the virtual stage. Bravo, really nice. I don't know this piece at all. Thank you for introducing it to me and for playing just a beautiful rendition of it. It almost sounds Debussy-esque, French impressionistic-esque, and something esque. But I really enjoyed it and hope to learn it and play it someday. You've played it very well. It's very well prepared and memorized. I think that there's moments where we could get more sonority within the middle voice. You have a good dynamic range between the lower and the higher end, but there's not always enough middle supporting what's happening in the higher or the lower end. And I think that you can use that middle to help just a little bit more to bring out what's happening in the melody. And then sometimes you use the bottom as well. But I would just try to explore a little bit more on that end. Now, I think one technical thing that you can work with on your teacher, with your teacher, is I think that you may be sitting a little too far away from the keys. It's hard to tell with the angle of the video, but it looks like your arms are just almost at the longest length that they can go. And if you're really going to lay into some big chords or some big bass, vroom, zoom, ooh, and I slammed my mic, sorry. But if you're gonna do that, you need to have a little bit more elbow flexibility and to create that elasticity. And if you're all stretched out like this, it's just gonna, which was happening quite a bit. You're also probably gonna have a little bit more flexibility with your legs and your ankles, on the pedaling and all that. Which I didn't have an issue with your pedaling at all. It was great, but everything will just be a little bit easier, I think, if you just sit like maybe 2 inches closer. Just a suggestion. Keep up the good work. I look forward to hearing you again in the second tier. And Anna, did you want to say anything?
Yes, bravo. That's wonderful. We hear so many rarely performed pieces, especially by the students. I want to really compliment the teachers who explore repertoire and expand the scope of what commonly students use as the stepping stones for their growth, and really taking young musicians into variety of repertoire. That's wonderful to hear. And before we move on to our final three performers of today, I just wanted to give our viewers, our audience, a quick recap of what this program is about. This is the first year of the auditions for an opportunity to perform at the Weill Recital Hall of the Carnegie Hall in New York. The Gala concert is scheduled for November 21st at 8 p.m. If you happen to be in New York, please keep that in mind to come and hear that concert. The performers are applying in different categories, different age groups, and they are competing for this opportunity to play either solo pieces, and we are currently listening to pianists who applied to perform solo pieces. There's also a division where people apply to perform a concerto with the New York Chamber Players Orchestra. We heard many of those exquisite musicians earlier in this program. There are chamber ensembles, and there are also large ensembles. We will have more sessions of this first round of the auditions on Sunday, October 2nd at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll have, again, more concerto performers, and we'll also have another session in the evening of Sunday, October 2nd. The judges are here in our studio, and they're giving immediate live comments. Many judges don't know who is the next performer until we announce them. Judges don't don't know what will be performed, and it's done on purpose. We put the judges on the hot spot right here, because as performers on stage, we're really looking for that immediate feedback. What was the immediate impact, immediate impression our performance made on, of course, on the audience, but we want to hear from the professionals how it was impacted and how it was perceived in the moment. So it is a very difficult, challenging job for distinguished musicians on our program who are judging, and so we get a consent from them for that kind of setup. But we feel that provides you, the participants of these auditions, with a unique feedback, unprepared, immediate, and this most in the moment, which is not usually provided by the competitions. So with this, we'll be moving on to our three final performers of this session, age group 15 to 18. The next pianist is Samuel Rhodes. Welcome on stage. Oh, wow. What a beast. That's a beast of encore. To you, James.
Yeah, I think that in many ways that it's two beasts in one, for a piece that really is only a few minutes long, but I mean, hence the title, Diabolic. What's diabolic? Like the devilish, or the devil. Haunting, And I mean, it's, I mean, not even so much the sound, but just the technique and the practice that has to go into it can be haunting to the musician.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a lot of notes. And you prepared it well. You got all the notes. I, for my taste, was hoping that you could just have so much more contrast. I know I say that to everyone, but yeah, I mean, I missed the devil in this. Like, I mean, it gets big, then it gets quiet, then it gets, and then it's like each one is just like, ooh, and I mean, it's a very dramatic and scary type of presentation that I would love to hear from you. I mean, that's for my taste, and I feel like you got down to it, you got all the notes, but that you could just go a lot further with it. Unleash the fury. Now, something I will suggest for preparing that, I mean, I'm sure you can tell I'm very eccentric. I mean, in my practice sessions, sometimes I just go nuts and see how far I can go without hurting myself or breaking the instrument. But sometimes, or I mean, we can't do that. Well, we shouldn't. And and even the other way too. I mean, how sensitive can I get and how soft can I get and still make it interesting? And I think that there is a lot more that you can explore in that way. I mean, go nuts. I mean, if it says pianissimo, see if you can get to almost nothing and then build it back up to a fortissimo or whatever it is in those and all that. But for that as well, you might have to slow each phrase down for a little while and really just make sure that your fingers are sinking to each dynamic level. It'll come back fast, but that's just my suggestion. This is a great piece. If you're able to, maybe work it up a touch faster. I say that with reserve. Okay, we don't need to go Martha Argerich tempo, but that might help with it a little bit too. But yeah, keep up the good work. I'm really looking forward to hearing you in the second tier.
Thank you very much, James, for those suggestions. I just wanted to point out one more aspect of that piece. It has a sarcastic aspect to it and some of the mockery. There's dissonance and the really purposefully dissonant chords. The dissonant nature of them has that intended ugliness in there, which we usually are so used to trying to make it beautiful and mellow and rounded with a great rounded sound. However, in this piece, you might want to explore the harsh sound, which I'm sure your teachers always taught you not to produce on the piano. Prokofiev was notorious and often even criticized for his banging technique on the piano, that he was oblivious to the cultured sound. He was not, of course, but that was something in his own pianistic technique which stuck out to his contemporaries. He was a fabulous virtuoso pianist, by the way. I'm sure you know that. Thank you very much. We will be moving on to the next performer of the auditions for the Carnegie Hall performance on November 21st. And welcome on stage, Uno Yanagi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is very interesting. I haven't played this piece, but I think I would like to. James, to you.
Really nice. Yeah, I dabbled with this piece in college a little bit, but I never performed it. And I'm not sure why I hung it up. It's just sometimes you never finish things. But it's a great piece, and you've prepared it well, and you've memorized it well, and all those crunchy notes at the top there and the end and all that. I mean, this is not easy to remember how to play all those notes and get them all there, but you got them all, and that's, kudos to you for that. That's never easy. Stylistically, this is a dance with some rubato, and I would like to hear a little bit more flexibility in that, but I think the key to helping with that is actually in your pedaling. Right from the beginning, I hear so many people do this. They play the first note in the bass, and then they change the pedal right away. And so it sounds like the bass note is an E instead of an A. And, every measure, I've noticed at the beginning, you change the pedal after the first note. And that first note actually sets up the whole harmonic underpinning and mood to this piece. So I'm not saying pedal all the way through everything, but you could probably get away with a different pedal for every measure, at least in that left-hand opening, and then maybe a little bit more muddier, just slightly muddier throughout as well. And I think there's just going to be so much more sonority to everything. And yes, it'll be a little bit louder than what your perceived piano is, but I think that that's okay, because there are different levels of piano. There's different levels of mezzo forte and forte. I mean, just depending on what type of tone and sound you're going for, or what composer you're playing. And so I think that'll be okay. And then you get to the end there with all those big chords, dum bum bum, and forte and all that. Then I think that you'll have enough mood set up that'll just unfold so nicely. Now at the end there, you were grabbing the pedal with more notes after that first bass note. So I mean that was really wonderful. But again, I think just start at the beginning like that a little bit and just increase throughout, and then bring it back down, and we'll just be in this heavenly dance bliss that Hinastera wanted us to hear. So really nice. You're on the right track. I look forward to hearing you in the second tier, and thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Una, for this wonderful piece, and thank you for helpful comments. The dance coming through will be a really nice touch to the piece. It is, after all, a dance. We will be inviting the next pianist, and this is a professional group, different age group, and different status of the musicians. Welcome on stage, Daniel Kuzuhara. That's one of my favorite movements of the Beethoven, all in all. James, to you.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorites. I toured with that sonata. Oh gosh, it seems like yesterday, but it was a little while ago. And I got to play that all through France and Europe, and it was a really fun experience learning that. And it was when I had played it, it was actually my first mid Beethoven style sonata that I had played, and it was just it's one of the simplest sounding sonatas, but I mean, all pianists sitting here right now know that it's not. And all those repeated motives, and where it sounds like it's starting over and over again, can get really tough on the memory sometimes. You just have one wrong note and you're a completely different key. I'll tell you a funny story quick. I had a friend in college who played Beethoven 81A, and he started the opening, and when it went into the B section, he accidentally put down a wrong note and went straight to the coda without even stopping. Thing was done. It was done in like 3 minutes. It's very easy to do, but you didn't do that. You got through it, memorized and well, and kudos to you. I'm just remembering this now, but it's definitely something that we can always laugh about off the stage and behind the scenes, and at parties. But
on the stage, that can be a really terrifying experience.
Yes, I did it too in Brahms' first sonata once. I skipped the whole middle section, and it was an informal performance, but it was still being recorded, and hopefully someone threw that video in the trash. But anyway, so yeah, mid Beethoven is tough to interpret, and I did discover that through learning that piece, and even years after playing it again and finding new ways to interpret, with all the repeated motives, all those da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, 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 ba-da, and it's like, where do you go with it, and what's too much and what's not enough? And I feel like there needs to be more of a middle ground of that longer shape, because it's so easy to play this piece in bits. Da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum, 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 da-da-da-dum, da-da, and yours wasn't that bad, but I'm just saying for example. But the longer line, da-da-da-dum, 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 ba-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, 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 and then it starts unfolding a little bit, and finding different ways to make that happen with different key relationships. Not easy. I found myself many times just blocking chords through the left hand and playing the right over it just to help feel those sonorities. But I feel like there's a lot of shaping that could be done in that way too. Also, pedaling can help. Your pedaling doesn't have to be as clean as it would be for earlier Beethoven. This is the beginning. I think it's like the second sonata of the mid-range series, just portion of Beethoven's life. But you can start exploring a little bit more quasi-romantic pedaling, just a little bit more, and I think that that's going to also help with your dynamic range and your phrase shaping throughout, because there's just so much life to this, but interpreting it is difficult, especially after coming out of that lyrical schmaltzy second movement, which I'm sure you've worked on or you've dabbled with a little bit. But so I would just like to hear a lot more on that front. The actual playing and the notes of itself and the memorization was great. So I look forward to hearing you in the second tier. Keep up the great work.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniel, for allowing us to finish this long broadcast of the first tier of the auditions. Daniel was our first performer today.
That went by fast.
Right, but yeah, I wanted to say that I'm very, very pleased to finish it with this piece with the Beethoven Sonata, which is both intimate and profound. That's a monumental task for a pianist to bring out these two characters in one. So thank you very much to everyone who participated in today's program, for all the auditionees who applied for these auditions and brought up this large variety of the repertoire and large variety of approaches to the repertoire. I just want to quickly recap for our audience a little bit of information about these auditions. Let's just watch a quick presentation about it.
Weill Orchestra is hosting international auditions this fall 2022 for voice, strings, winds, and piano for the chance to perform with a live professional orchestra. Our selected performers will be broadcast internationally performing concerti, arias, or songs. Submit your favorite videos of you performing today.
So thank you very much for that little short presentation. That's a presentation of Weill Orchestra auditions, which are coming up. And we hope very much that you'll visit the websites of the co-organizers of these auditions, progressive musicians, virtual concert halls, Sound Espressivo, core production, and Brilliant Talent Discovery Awards. These are the organizations which put together our efforts to bring soloists to the orchestras and orchestras to the soloists, and both of those to the audiences around the world. So please consider applying to be a soloist with the Western New York
Chamber Orchestra.
Chamber Orchestra. Thank you very much, James, for correcting me on that.
Yeah, they're doing 2 full concerto programs in February, so we will have. We're not just going to select one person. Or 2 people. Yeah, there'll be full programs of just amazing concerti from musicians all over.
Yes, there will be concerti, arias, and we are looking for vocalists to also wake up and join us in those auditions and get on stage. Those 2 concerts will be feasts of solo and orchestra genres of music from different periods and different styles for different soloists. So looking forward very much to all of you considering and applying. The applications are open through the end of this month until November 1. So we have another month.
Extended deadline to November 1st.
Yeah, it's the beginning of the season. That it's challenging to apply for big auditions like this at the beginning of the season, but hopefully in the month's time you will all be ready and will consider it. And with this, I want to thank everyone who made this program possible. First and foremost, the participants of this event, our judges, our wonderful audience. We had really very active, warm audience which shared comments and their support to everyone. And please, that card back up. Many, many thanks to incredible team of virtual concert halls. And today we had the directors of the show, Frane Rusinovic and Fedor Ouspensky. These are wonderful musicians and producers of these live shows behind the scenes. By their magic fingers and hands, all this incredible technology actually worked together. To me, it always seems like playing a 10-part fugue, but they can do it. And they were able to support us through all the performances and judges' comments and presentations. Thank you very much. And again, James, thank you for being our wonderful partner and a great judge, for your comments, for your support, and for your encouragement.
Yeah, this has been a great collaboration, and I'm so grateful to have such a great team and colleagues like you on with this project, and the best is still yet to come. So
Yes.
tune in on Sunday for all the rest of the contestants in the morning and in the evening, and consider coming to New York. The tickets for that are actually already on sale.
Yes, the concert has been announced, and it'll be a wonderful gala with all the people who applied for those auditions. Looking forward to Sunday. So see you in 2 days, James, and we'll have
Definitely.
more judges. We have 6 judges for Sunday. So thank you very much, all of you. And for now, we're going to say goodbye. Have a good day.